evil blanket fish has awoken.
Okay. Testing everything. Alright. I can talk again today. Yesterday I could not. I think yesterday even trying to yell, my voice was coming out so soft it wouldn't even get past the noise gate that I put on my mic. Okay. So yeah, we left off last time right before a boss fight. Also, supposedly we would be able to buy from them. Alright. Do the boss fight. Or the random encounter before we get to the boss fight. Hey Nami, how you doing?
Tis? Come to save us the trouble of finding you, Vestal? How very courteous. And just what are you doing here, Adia?
I'll go along with the Sky Knight's methods no longer.
You've no say in the matter. Defying orders is treason, girl!
Enough! You have us! Let the king go!
First, the Vestal comes to me. Alone.
Well, I guess I have, but those have all been, like, stomach issues. This was a head cold.
You'll not keep
So,
your head at all.
Difference
If you keep
between
running your
an
mouth.
ongoing
I
condition
am so eager
and
to join the captain
a
of your
virus.
guard.
Heinkel, you were among the highest regarded warriors in the duchy. A paragon of chivalry. And the Sky Knights beneath you? I grew up on the tales of their brave and righteous deeds. But what I saw was a band of craven thugs. You defile the title of knight!
Green fool! All hands! Seize these four! Kill the men if you must!
I never played it, but I remember it existing, yeah.
Such valor!
I'll have to look that
You're
up
quite
afterwards.
the little heroes. And here I so hope to resolve this peacefully and let the good king go.
No, I was talking about that the first day that I was playing this. Like, I don't know why this doesn't have the Final Fantasy name on it. Like, when you think of all the other games that they put Final Fantasy on, like, now granted, first couple of examples were only in America, but Final Fantasy Legend, Final Fantasy Adventure, which ended up being Saga and the Mana series. But then there was also like Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles, Final Fantasy Type 0, World of Final Fantasy. Like, they've definitely not been shy about labeling things Final Fantasy, even with very little connective tissue. Whereas this game has almost every possible thing you could think of that was in FF5, and then adds more mechanics on top of it. I have no idea why this wasn't called Final Fantasy Bravely Default, or, you know, some variation of a Final Fantasy spin-off. Yeah, but that's the thing though, they don't want people to expect from a Final Fantasy game, yet everything in here is from a Final Fantasy game, except for some of the new battle mechanics. Like, all the spells are named the same, all the jobs are named the same, the items are all named the same. I wouldn't be surprised if we're gonna run into Moogles and Chocobos and all the other Final Fantasy. Like, this is literally Final Fantasy with more mechanics. I don't know why they're so willing to put the Final Fantasy name on a lot of the other things that they have, but not this. And I'm saying that facetiously because I know the reason why is that they were uncertain about those other things and they wanted to put the Final Fantasy name on them to sell. But it still doesn't make any sense why they wouldn't put it on this. Maybe. What was the previous game that flopped? Any guess where he's headed, Edea? To the Veil rooftop, to the airship berth. Wasn't this Via a retreat for the Cardassian royal family? Why would they have a berth? I agree, it seems incongruous. They use berth loosely. They driven an airship anchor onto the building's roof. Not much for finesse, are they? We can discuss it later. Now hurry, he'll get away. Don't confuse haste for speed. We need to be smart. Right, I know, I just can't forgive what Heinkel's done. He's a knight who has ground chivalry into the dirt. As I recall, knights were called to serve as a sword and shield of the weak. Not to threaten the public or burn down homes or abduct royalty. I am in agreement with you, Adia. This man is no knight. Perhaps our views are more similar than I had dared believe. But now let us hurry. To the roof, then. Which is also funny because, like I mentioned, I'm pretty sure the reason that Crystal Chronicles and Type 0 and a lot of those other games that do get the name, which is also evidenced by Final Fantasy Legend and Final Fantasy Adventure on the Game Boy, which were in Japan already, Saga and the Mana series. I'm pretty sure the whole reason they put the Final Fantasy name on a lot of the games they do is because they're worried they're not going to sell well, and they think putting Final Fantasy on it will help the sales. So it's just kind of a double bad decision in that usually it doesn't help the sales, and yet when a game actually, you know, feels like it deserves it, they don't do it. But yeah, this game is 100%. Like, you could literally call this game Final Fantasy V-2, and it wouldn't seem out of place. No, it's what I'm saying. I get what you're saying. What I'm saying is that Square Enix, you can't say that that was Square Enix's reasoning because it's not at all consistent with how they use the title.
Pineco, this is your answer? And still you'd call yourself a knight? As daughter to a true knight, I know their pride is staked upon fair and honorable combat. Release your hostage, then stand and face us! No more running, coward!
No, they're worse than
You
machines.
invoke your
They're
father
executives.
after betraying him?
Even machines probably have better ideas than executives. Because decisions like this aren't made by
Why should he
creatives.
flee? His aim is the Vestal, not the key.
He's baiting us?
Still, we have to give chase. We'll lose him and the ship. Well, I'm game to brave a trap.
I'm following you.
Agnes, let's go!
Right.
Ah, good. You came. You're
No,
a
I think I
bold
picked
lot, if
normal.
not a smart one.
But
This
it can be
ship is a
changed,
prison
so
you entered
I'm
willingly.
basically going to stick with it for a
Nowhere
while
to
on
run
this,
now,
see if I need to
safe
put it
down,
up or
quickly.
not.
Really, I must thank you for taking the bait so eagerly. It's earned you a lavish cruise through the clouds, Vestal. And for your friends, a career as ballast.
You're a prisoner here, same as us! No more tricks, Heinkel!
A knight without chivalry is a common bully. I'll see you stripped of that title here and now.
You wouldn't test your elders, girl. I thought to bring you home in chains. But no. All but the Vestal will end here as dew upon my blade. You'll die with the rest, traitor.
Okay, so he's also weak to lightning. That's a good point, Nami. It's not like I haven't already said that 3 times in this conversation. Also, the Final Fantasy Legend 1, 2, and 3 that they rebranded as Saga. I brought that up like 3 times already when I was talking about how they slap the name on something when they're worried it's not going to sell, yet they won't put the Final Fantasy name onto something that clearly deserves it, like this. Maybe. But it still just seems, I'm just saying, it just seems weird how often they're willing to slap Final Fantasy on top of something that bears almost no resemblance, yet when something is literally taking 80% of its mechanics and just adding a few more on top, they won't. Yes, that's what I'm pointing out, Nami. It's shitty, the fact that they'll put it on something that doesn't deserve it just to up sales, but they won't put it on something that actually deserves to have the Final Fantasy on it. Let's gamble with 3 of these. Only hit 1. I mean, I wouldn't go. It is nothing that they've used in a mainline Final Fantasy before, but my other point is that if you take away Brave and Default and the other online stuff that I can't use anyway, this is basically Final Fantasy V. Like, they took Final Fantasy V and put some new mechanics on top of it, where like. They've done wildly different things with mainline Final Fantasy. I just don't know why, considering spells, items, classes, abilities, everything was almost, well, at least everything I've seen so far has been straight from Final Fantasy V. Why this wasn't a Final Fantasy spin-off rather than trying to milk a new IP out of it. don't know. It's just another of the many questionable decisions that I have for Square Enix. It could have been easily. It could have been Final Fantasy Bravely Default or Final Fantasy something else. Like, it has so much DNA in common that I don't know why this didn't get the Final Fantasy name, but so many other spin-offs did. And the nearest I can come to it is just that they only slap Final Fantasy on a spin-off if they're worried it's not going to sell. And apparently they weren't worried about this game, which even then is problematic because, I mean, that's just slapping the name on it for recognition just to hope to squeeze out sales is already a shitty tactic. But even then, it doesn't seem to ever work because none of the other spin-offs that they do it to succeed unless they were a good game already. So just slapping the Final Fantasy name on it doesn't seem to actually do anything. The game still does good or bad depending on if it's a good or bad game. I mean, that is what they did. They have this and they have Octopath Traveler. And those are both basically by the same dev team. I don't know if it would be a good move or a bad move on their part, however, to actually specifically say, you know, because every time they put out a new mainline Final Fantasy, they basically have been back all the way since like 13. Everybody always complains that it's not turn-based anymore. So I almost wonder if it would be a good idea for them to say, Final Fantasy isn't turn-based anymore, we have Bravely Default and we have Octopath Traveler for the people who want turn-based. I don't know if that would go over well, or if there'd be even more of a backlash of people complaining that, you know, the big budget pretty game isn't for them and that they're just handing them the lower budget stuff. Yeah, Octopath is different enough that it feels like its own thing. Whereas this, to use the Rick and Morty meme, kind of feels like Final Fantasy with extra steps. Oh crap, I forgot to use their words. Did they actually specifically say that? I know other people were saying that. I don't know that Square, like, officially said that. But I know a lot of other people were saying that. But I don't know if they ever said it as, like, an official stance. No, I did. Honestly, whoever said that, I feel for them. because I've had that thrown back at me many a times on those discussions. Because that's almost a weekly discussion on JRPG Reddit. Someone always pops up with, why is turn-based dying? Have you noticed there haven't been as many turn-based JRPGs around anymore? And then you have to go on with like, it's just Final Fantasy, there's plenty of other ones, you know, there's this, there's this, there's this, there's this, but I don't want to play those. I want to play, you know, blah blah. And they always throw out, you know, they basically always comes down to they only want to play a game if it costs $3 billion to make and has cutting edge graphics and everything else. Is like, well, sorry, don't know what to tell you. Turn-based is niche. They don't want to spend that much money on it. Deal with it. Like you can either try out some of those other games that are constantly coming out that are turn-based that are really good, you'll probably have a lot of fun with, even though they're not super pretty, or you can just come to Reddit every week and complain that they're not making a AAA massive budget game specifically for a small amount of people. Yeah, those are basically the two. It's either Final Fantasy or Persona, which Metaphor is basically Persona in disguise.
What's happening?
The airship! We're losing altitude! Idea, hurry! Take the wheel! Me? I can't drive this thing!
What? You're a Sky Knight, aren't you?
Only Heinkel and the other officers knew how to pilot the ship.
Idea, might I ask you something? What is the name of this vessel?
What? Who cares about that? And how are you so calm?
The Echelon, Galleon-class airship. Am I correct?
Yes, but how? Is that in your book too?
Indeed it is. Let me have a go at steering.
But you have no memory. When would you have...
Oh, and Kaz, Ragnabel is not one-dimensional. He is not just women love me. He is also, I bought the strategy guide for reality.
Wait, is he? We're steadying out!
Of course we are. I'm a crack pilot, apparently. Now find something to hold on to!
Yeah, definitely another big part of his character. I bought the strategy guide. Alright. I still don't know what level these jobs max out at. Like, I'd kind of like to have somebody finish Freelancer just to know what it gets. But I feel like I'm expected to... feel like I'm probably expected to use a knight now and have one of each. Yeah, I know, that's usually the thing, is to try to try out all the jobs. I'm just worried I'll be missing out on something like really good if I don't max out Freelancer. Even though that's, you know, that's the Onion Knight. That's the one you're supposed to use at the end once you've mastered everything else. I can't remember, because it's been a long time since I played it. And I'm thinking of this purely just, you know, as a thought, if they ever did do a sequel. Were the Zodiac Stones destroyed in-game? I can't, because I thought they were just collecting them. Like, I don't remember they were destroyed. 'Cause I was thinking if they weren't, then that could be a sequel. Just, you know, a couple of decades later, you know, people come across, you know, some other political organization gathers them up and starts using them again. Yeah, that is always the problem with prequels, is that you already know how they're gonna end. It's not to say it can't be done, but it always makes it that much harder. Yeah, that's too much of a drop. I mean, they could always say that the actual entities are immortal or some shit, and they're tied to the stones, so as long as the stones aren't destroyed, you know, they just need someone else to possess, you know, blah, blah, blah. That's why I was asking if the stones were destroyed, specifically. I can't remember, because it's been a long time since I played it. Ooh, here's another idea. It's probably still just as hacky, but, you know, they killed off one Zodiac, but there's still the Chinese Zodiac stones they could use. You know, the more I look at the trailer for Unicorn Overlord, the more I look at the trailer for Unicorn Overlord, the new Vanillaware game, the more it looks like Ogre Battle. Because it looks like you're also creating squads. And they said there's like 60 unique characters, which is why I assume there's that many, is that you can put, you know, several of them into the squads and everything. And it's also kind of a real-time system where you're taking bases and shit. It's looking more and more like they're doing another Ogre Battle. Yeah, the reason why I'm talking about the Zodiac Stones so much is that you do have to have some kind of threat. And since in the first game the main threat was of a supernatural nature, I don't know that people will be happy with it being purely political. You know, since there would be expectations from the first one that you would, you know, be fighting big monsters and gods and shit.
Heart of hearts. You, more than anyone, 'tis.
A nightmare was visited upon you and your home, and still you rose up to defend ours. I'm certain your feats have earned Owen a peaceful rest. If you are willing, I would gladly see you take up his sword. Will you continue to keep this land safe, son?
You honor me, Your Highness, but I cannot accept. I've promised Agnes that I'll join her on her journey.
Cal Disla shall be poorer for losing you. Know that you will ever have a home here. The Eternian airship is yours to use as you will. Take it with my blessing. There's not a man in the kingdom able to pilot it anyway.
Are they really throwing an airship at us this early?
Horrible chasm to you. I have faith you'll see it unmade. May the crystals keep you in your journey.
See, I don't know about that. I understand that for you, that would be perfectly fine, but also remember, a lot of people really hold Final Fantasy Tactics story up there in the list of, like, best JRPG stories. So having a mediocre story in the successor is likely to disappoint a lot of people. Because you have to remember, that's one of the reasons why anytime, that's one of the reasons why Chrono Cross failed in a lot of people's eyes, is that when you're making a sequel to a game that was very popular, people are expecting everything that was in the first, but better, or but more. So, like, obviously, you said for you, it's okay with a mediocre story because you're just talking about the gameplay and refining that. But to a lot of people, the story was a very important part of it, and they're going to be angry if the story isn't as good or better than the first. Is there anything I need to buy? I think there was one spell I haven't bought. Some people would give it a pass, and that's what I'm saying. You're kind of viewing that argument from your own bubble. There are definitely a chunk of the people out there that played that game for the story, and that will be the first thing that they look at. I mean, also remember, let me put it to in comparison this way. There's a lot of people out there that absolutely hate Persona 5 because the story and the characters aren't as good as they were in 3 and 4. Despite the fact that absolutely everything in Persona 5, the levels, the dungeon, like everything has been streamlined, made more fun, made better. But those people jumped on with Persona 3 when most of the gameplay was absolute ass and frustrating as hell, which means the reason that they stuck with it and enjoyed the game was for the stories and character. So that is their first priority. So in their view, when Persona 5 was way better at everything else, but not quite as good with the story and characters, it was a downgrade for them. And there will be people like that for Final Fantasy Tactics, where no matter how much you upgrade the battle systems or the mechanics or the quality of life or the smoothness of gameplay, if the story isn't as good as Final Fantasy Tactics 1, it's going to be a downgrade for them. I'm using them as an example, but I'm just basically saying that there are different people have different things that they enjoy games for, and they weigh them differently. So there is, if people who enjoyed Final Fantasy Tactics, there is a big chunk of them that put story above everything else. And if you only give a mediocre story, then you're going to be getting backlash and hatred from a significant subsection of Final Fantasy Tactics fans. Not even going the right way. I'm tempted to say it'll be a vocal minority, but I'm not even sure it would be, because minority, I don't think it will be us, because there's going to be the people that like the games all around who are going to notice that the story isn't as good. And then there's going to be the people who only care about the story, who are going to be the loud mouthpieces talking about it. So you're just going to have that vocal minority basically saying that the game is trash, the story isn't anywhere near what it was in the first Final Fantasy. And then you'll have another group of people behind them who's like, yeah, the story was garbage, but the game is still okay. So you're gonna have the vocal minority of people who hate it because all they cared about was the story, or they weighed the story so big in how much they like the first game. And then you're gonna have a bunch of other people kind of half backing them up on the fact that the story was garbage, even if they liked the game overall. And all of that is still going to paint a very negative picture of a follow-up to a game that was pretty universally praised.
Seems I've found a reason to come
I refuse
along.
to look at those. They are Zelda games.
Now, my ladies, all you need do is simply speak the word, and I shall whisk you off to the very ends of existence.
And you're
Why, what-
really sure that wasn't
I haven't been
just
paying
a fluke
attention. What was
before?
the complaints about Tears of the Kingdom?
Rest assured, my dear, I never fail to
Outside of the
properly
war
escort
crimes that everybody is committing on Koroks.
Agnes, will you tell us why they were chasing you?
The Sky Knights are a branch of the Eternian forces.
the Duchy of Eternia has put forth an agenda of anti-crystalism.
Anti-crystalism?
A new way of thinking, based upon the idea of a society no longer dependent upon the crystals. It brands the crystal orthodoxy as a heretic faith, and the Vestals its minions. It was the philosophy I was raised upon. When the chasm appeared, every one of the Eternian forces was given the order to capture the Vestals. They said the Vestals and the crystals they tend were the sinkhole's cause.
Make of that
That's not
what
possible.
I will.
Agnes has
Where
been
could I
fighting
go
this
with
whole
that?
time to fix what happened to Norende.
Are you gay for
I
Link?
know. I'm sorry.
You've nothing to apologize for.
All of this paints the Duchy in a suspicious light, don't you think? Perhaps they know more of the chasm's true cause than they let on.
I cannot imagine we've seen the last of them. If any of you wish to go, do it now. I'll not blame you.
I'm staying with you. I just told the king as much.
I'm in as well. I need to see for myself whether my people are right or wrong.
And playing escort is my job. I'll not cede it to anyone.
If none of you will listen to reason...
This is so exciting, Agnes!
Wasn't there
You're
another
finally headed
character that
back
popped
to the
up in
Wind
Tears of the
Crystal
Kingdom
side.
that everybody was shipping Link with?
To
I think her
Anshan,
name starts with a
the
P.
land of sand and time, and to the Temple of Wind.
Anshine, the land of sand and time? What's it like there?
Like an oasis in a vast desert beyond the sea, we make southeast of here.
A port or sandy shore is needed to dock. Inconvenient, but that's life. Like, yep, those are the mechanics. Deal with it. Oh, okay. So, Agnes, refresh my memory. Amnesia joke, by the way. Which way to Ansheim? Yes, it's southeast. So will this course serve, or...? Southeast, please. My dear, I'm afraid I've no recollection to go by. I need reliable directions, or... Should I do? The innkeep said southeast and nothing more. I think I see what happened. Ring a bell. She means south of Kaldisla, specifically. Aye, aye. Oh, Agnes, just what sort of place is Ansheim? Covered in a vast desert, and hot, as though it were always midsummer. Wow, sounds like the complete opposite of where I was born. I guess there's all sorts of places out there. This your first time leaving Kaldisla then, Tiz? It is. What about you, Adia? Me? I was a former Sky Knight. I've flown all over the world. Where have you seen? Oh, lots of places. Eternia, Kaldisla. You're barely any better than me. The world is vast, my friends. There are countries of perpetual summer, others of winter. Verdant lands rich in water, entire kingdoms built on volcanoes, nations hidden in forests. That sounds amazing. Or so I'd imagine. I've no memory, remember? What? You're just guessing? The world is vast. Keep it vague and you're sure to be right. Is anyone else hungry? Anya, what sort of food is Ansheim known for? I'm afraid I rarely left the temple, I couldn't say. And when I passed through on my way to Kaldisla, it was a fugitive. Well, just tell us about what you've eaten then. I seem to recall a great deal of Ansheim's cuisine being spicy. One bite and I felt as though I was spewing flames. I broke into a full-body sweat. Sounds pretty intense. Leave it to a desert people to develop a taste for searing heat. I'm sure their women are no less fiery and... What about sweets? Any cakes and things? I'd nearly forgotten I had the most curious delicacy in a port on the inner sea. Yes, yes. It was ice cream that stretched. Huh? Stretchy ice cream? That sounds so weird. I can't wait. Get ready, weird stretchy ice cream. Adia's coming for you. Full speed ahead. Temperament. Fiery in temperament. Okay, so no random encounters in the air. The tutorial mentioned if there's any places that you can't land on. Because I was just thinking, unless there's several terrain you can't land on, I don't see why you would ever need the sailing mode over the airship mode. Yeah, they just tossed an airship at us right away. Oh damn, so it can only land in water. Okay. So now the whole having to go to a sand beach to dock makes more sense. I was gonna say, if this can just, you know, land anywhere, why the hell would you ever need to go into the water like the boat mode? So this is where we need to go. Where are we parking? Guess from right here. So I need to equip 2 weapons. Heal the undead to death. Alright, that's not happening. So, healing the undead to death is the only one I can do. Let's set it back. Alright, so where is the beach for me to dock at? Oh, I guess I can just go to the dock. Sit and stay or tricks for dogs.
We've arrived in Anshine.
Still no wind.
Are these desert places normally supposed to be windy?
When they're the site of the wind crystal they are, this stillness shouldn't be possible.
The wind carried all manner of blessings to this land in days past. It was the kingdom's lifeblood.
I see. All the more reason to hurry then. Which way to the temple?
From here, we need only head... we ought to make for... which way is it?
Ignore anything she says. Anya's raises getting lost to an art form.
I'm impressed you made it to Kaldisla.
Just a moment. My journal details much of Ansheim's topography. A clockwork metropolis.
What does the strategy guide say?
In Harina's sandy bosom. Here, time, above all, is sacred. A massive timepiece crowns the kingdom, fueled as all of Ansheim by the ceaseless currents originating from the Temple of Wind to the south.
Quite thorough, isn't it? Sounds as if you've been here before. Perhaps that book of yours is a travel diary?
I do seem possessed of a certain wanderlust. The normal sort as well. Ooh, perhaps I'll find a train of ex-lovers here among the sands.
Let's be off. We make south.
All present, Lord Marshal. Save the usual tune, at least.
No matter. Let's begin.
I trust word has reached you from Kaldisla. The Knights of the Eternian Sky have fallen to the Vestal.
I'd not thought the girl so bloodthirsty as all that.
It appears she surrounded herself with capable guards. What's more, it pains me to say it, but Idia's whereabouts have been lost amid the chaos.
Not sure if he's supposed to
That
be
is
a
no
Dark
concern of
Knight
yours.
or a
Do not
Dragoon.
confuse personal matters with your assigned task, Alternus.
My apologies, Lord Marshal.
Not only did the Sky Knights fail, they've given the Vestal wings. Why they didn't simply kill the child, I'll never know.
Keenly insightful as ever, Victoria. Yet I fear we've need of the Vestal alive.
Have we, Victor? Bah, no matter then. If she fled by air, it's a simple matter to track her. She makes for Anshine by necessity.
And to the Temple of Wind. Anshine does face upon the Florsheim Sea.
Of course. Most of the world's seas have gone putrid, but the inner sea remains navigable. That would offer the air show of Earth. But what does she aim to do there? Why return to the crystal now? It smells of some sinister plot.
Anshine is the province of the Camer and Profiteur merchantry. What say you, Lord Marshal?
We haven't the leisure of chasing the Vestal across the globe and back. We need her in custody now. Tell the merchantry to employ any means they must.
Wait, is that literally just a dock? Huh. Would have thought there'd be some kind of like little town or village or something, not just a dock. completely forgot to rest at the inn when I was in town before I came here. Also, is there a tent equivalent I can buy? Doesn't look like it. At least not yet. Yep. It looks like at the very least they threw me a bone in that. I guess I'll be able to accumulate some AI friends.
Apprehend the Vestal by any means necessary. Seems the Council of Six is growing desperate.
Those were their words. I've relayed them to you. My contract states I'm to receive payment for my troubles from you.
Then your contract is mistaken. I've heard nothing of the sort. Bah, fine. You'll have your fee. But I am taking the small discount. Only fair as a regular customer, eh?
If you must.
Still, this Vestal is quite the little monster, no? To have this Sky Knight so undone. If the margin is high enough, I would tackle a behemoth bare-handed. But until I see a profit, I'll not move an inch. Business is business, yes?
Hey, Webon, how you doing? You're expected to find such a clockwork wonder in the middle of a desert. Yeah, no kidding. The sand would be hell on clockwork. Yeah, it's great, but this heat. I feel gross. The heat was always allayed by a steady breeze, but now the wind has stopped. The air is stagnant. What about the water? Is that contraption drawing up drinking water? I believe so. I recall hearing it was quite costly last I was here. Well, it's an impressive machine. Wait, you mean the water? Indeed. I was surprised to learn water came free in Kaldisla. I had always known it as something to be bought, so you can imagine my delight. More importantly, Agne, what are the women here? Are they beautiful, passionate, devoted? Where would you suggest for a date spot? I'll need a list of good restaurants, if you please. Unacceptable. Just woke up and already that tired, Tiz. It's a city. Knows how there are always gears turning someplace close? Yeah, the sound was deafening at times. Little wonder this place is known for its clad clock. Ugh. The noise is bad, but the vibration is worse. I can't get to sleep with that hum. I'm surprised you're so high-strung. Surprised? I'm jealous of your ability to pass out anytime, anywhere, dear. You need a bit more rest, Tiz. Oh, no, I'll be fine. Let's get going. Yeah, Agnes is definitely the one that's seeing, or Agne, as they keep calling her in here. Like, every party member that joined, she didn't want them to join. She's definitely the antisocial one. Yeah, I'm not sure if there's going to be any shipping within the party. But if there is, it's already starting to kind of feel like the last story where the main couple was boring as fuck, but the secondary couple was, like, super fun. I need to make some money. Does it? Wish I could have met her. No, it didn't say any of them were dead. Oh, damn, I forgot to cure them with blinds. I need 2,050 for all the gear. And that's not even counting how much I'm going to need for all the spells. Yeah, it's going to take a while. Or I could just push forward and see how much money I gain as I'm going to the store and come back. Yeah, I'm not gonna use either one of those yet.
Accept your fate!
Oh, is that it? I mean, it'll probably be a bit till I play it. I have it, but I'll have to do Bravely Second first before I do that one. Damn, still like 800 away from what I need just for equipment. 10 more minutes. Yep, I don't have the money for the spells yet. That's another 2,400. Not including the 600 for the level 1. I guess that's time. I don't have that class yet.
Silence, one and all! Your king, Camor the Eighth, speaks!
My people, I thank you for your tireless efforts. As you are well aware, our glorious nation's production has suffered a harsh fall since the wind's cessation brought the Grand Mill to a halt. Without nature's former bounty, our turbines went completely still. They sit as silent as the desert night. In the wake of this crisis, you rose up and took matters literally in hand, operating the turbines manually. I, your king, lack words to thank you for your hard work. However, I am much aggrieved to say that energy production is less than 1/5 its former total. At this rate, our proud kingdom, renowned for its unparalleled industry, is doomed to ineluctable decline. I find myself without recourse but to revisit my prior fiat regarding the schedule of all able-bodied citizens. Henceforth, labor shall commence at 0900 hours and will extend beyond the current 1659 until 2059, effective immediately.
What?
14-hour
They're
shifts.
flesh and blood! We need rest!
In so doing, turbine output is expected to rise to 30% of its former value before the wind ceased output of...
Your Majesty, brave news!
What? The Vestal? Be calm, my children. I know your pain all too well. My heart bleeds just as yours. But I ask that you join me in remembering the cause of our woes. The Crystal Orthodoxy and the Vestal indolence. Therein lies the true cause of the wind's absence. And what has the great Vestal done since the air went still? What did she do in the face of your suffering? She abandoned you, fled the country to save herself alone. In this, Ansheim's first and direst hour of need, the Vestal we loved and trusted is powerless or unwilling to help. Though it pains me deeply to tell you of these things, I cannot deny this simple truth. What resolution can be brought about to this terrible crisis? The Crystal Orthodoxy is naught but a hollow creed. What result have years of worship at the altar of the Crystal brought us? Once more I say it. It is by our own hands that we shall push this glorious kingdom ever forward. Onward to still greater glory.
Very pleased with himself.
There. Just now, that leer. That was aimed at us.
Seems that little speech was for your benefit, Agnes.
It's slander is what it is. That creep's giving you no chance at all to defend yourself.
Agnes.
He seemed on edge during that whole speech. You don't have to bottle it all in. I'm no expert, but I'm happy to listen. I cannot deny that the people of Ansheim are dissatisfied with my work as Vestal. I have no intention of making excuses. But you didn't run away either, right? The king asked me directly. He said that terrible things were happening in Kal Disla, and I asked that I investigate. Yet now he paints an entirely different picture. I cannot understand his need to lie. Does he bear me some grudge? Have I done him some slight? Do you regret listening to him in the first place? No, I do not regret my time in Kaldisla. Seeing that chasm firsthand showed me precisely what it is I must do. And he made Tiz there too! That's airy, that's hardly... Glad you came and saw the chasm too. You've shown me a path forward. Blessed is the person who is needed by someone else. What's this? What are we talking about? Nothing, it's nothing. Why are you hiding it? Come on, don't leave me out. I want to know. Unacceptable. To me and to Tiz. Right, Tiz? Yes, ma'am. Alright. Guessing it wants us to go inside here. But I'm gonna go ahead and take my break first since it's that time. So yeah, I'll be back in 5 and then we'll continue with the story. Alright, I'm back. Let's go inside.
Onius oblige, Vestal of Wind. His Majesty bids you come.
I see you've returned, Vestal. Why then did you not come to me for an audience immediately? I was dreadfully worried, you know. I'd begun to think you'd fallen victim to some terrible accident. So, what of the Caldislan Chasm?
I fear it was worse even than your Majesty had imagined.
So tell me, was it worse than the state of your own nation? Are you even aware of the situation here?
The wind remains still.
And the Grand Mill be calm. I'm pleased to see you're not totally ignorant. The turbines that form the heart of this kingdom, the greatest symbols of her wisdom, now turn by hand. The hands of our citizens, compulsory labor service. Our survival hinges now upon their sacrifice. And even that will not last forever. We need that mill turning again soon. Not by our citizens' hands, but by the wind. And whose job is it to see that the wind blows, if not the Vestals? I can think of no other value you provide, save that. Anyway, will you now end the suffering your negligence has caused to this land, to its people? Or is that beyond your abilities? Perhaps you would sooner run again, turn away from the plight of your people.
If that is all His Majesty wished to say, I'll be on my way. I haven't the time to waste here.
What? I'll not be spoken to like this! Just whose fault do you think this mess is, girl?
That could have gone better. Not that I blame you for getting mad.
Mad? I felt no anger. Only fear. The king frightens me.
His tone was far from pleasant, but he didn't seem dangerous.
The people who had come to hear him speak frighten me the same. Everyone in this city, they see me only as the Vestal, not a human being. I don't know how to speak to them. Just thinking on it sets my legs to trembling.
That explains the tense look you've worn since we've landed here.
Personally, I felt amazing after that little conversation. Did you see his face? It was purple. I nearly laughed out loud.
I tuned him out about halfway through his speech myself. I never did have much attention span for listening to men go on. Now women.
In any case, we'd best hurry to the temple. It's all that I can do.
So, what is this temple like exactly? I have no idea what to expect. The holy place that has been the center of worship for millennia. To each crystal is wed a Vestal, who spends her lifetime in steady prayer. Vestalings, girls chosen as successors to the Vestals, go live in the temples. They leave its premises only very rarely. And so, to a Vestal, the temple is also a home. A flower garden with no boys allowed. Be quiet, ring a bell. So You were inside the temple ever since you became a Vestal. It was quite rare to leave, save for a few public rites each year. Does that mean you were all alone? Wasn't that hard? I was not alone, no. The Mother Vestal, my predecessor, raised me to serve in her place. And there were the Acolytes. They would go into town and purchase all we needed. But you left for this journey, as that's proof it's important. No, even so, I had never intended to leave the temple. Never intended any of this. Alright, so let's go check out this sub-scenario.
Ah, good day! I believe this is our first meeting, yes? Erutis Profiteer, chairman of the Camel and Profiteer Merchantry, at your service. How kind of you to pay me this visit. Now, what is it you are needing today? We are the only purveyor of water licensed by the king himself, and we take pride in our product. No effort is spared in providing the cleanest, freshest water possible. The results are clear. Water humor, yes? Ah, but I have lost the time again. I have appointments waiting, my friends. Let us speak again soon. Guard! Our honored guests are leaving. See they are seen out. Have a refreshing day.
Oh, is that not it?
Feeling parched. Can we stop for a drink of water?
Have you?
You, stop! This well is property of the Cameron Profiteer Merchantry. Unauthorized withdrawals are strictly prohibited.
Ah! Withdrawals? There are people out here going thirsty!
No, there are peasants going thirsty. If you want a free drink so badly, go join the other rabble at the Oasis.
We'll join the rabble at the Oasis then.
Help! Someone!
What's wrong?
Thieves! I've been robbed!
What?
They took my water, my pack, even the camel I rode in on. They took everything. That man from the merchantry didn't say anything about this. He told me to come here, said it was safe. How am I supposed to survive if I have to risk my life every time I need water?
Try to stay calm. Do you know where these thieves are now?
They're right behind you.
Let's see. 2, 4, 6, maybe 40 in all. That's quite the little band they've assembled.
We'll take care of this, sir. You go ahead. Get out of here.
Hey, just what are you doing? Letting a good mark go? Our good mark, mind.
We couldn't stand to watch you cowards just do as you pleased.
You have to stop this. Drop everything you've stolen and leave this place at once.
What's this then? Who are they? I've got no word of this lot. Leave it out, it's too hot for this. Change of plans, boys. We're done here.
Wait! Leave the goods you stole!
Not familiar with how thieving works, then? I'm cross enough already. And to heck with this thirst. The needles in my throat are driving me mad. I need a drink. This anger won't leave me till this thirst has. We're out, boys!
Hey! I said wait!
Stop this! I feel the same, but there are too many. We can't take them head on.
So is this how we're gonna get the thief class? Oh, it's further this way. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot. I doubled encounter rate when I was farming for money. I'll probably turn that back to normal. Yeah, it's not bad. There is some overlap with Final Fantasy monster designs, obviously. But there do seem to be some that are specific to this game. It's my eyes, I can't see. Blind gas. Where's it coming from? Careful, everyone. This is clearly a trap. And our aim is completely shot. We can't go rushing into melee attacks with Brave. Don't want to miss and then have just stand there turn after turn. Still, even blind, I can see to the core of a woman's heart, clear as day. Things that really matter can't be seen by the eye. Ring a bell, stop spouting gross nonsense and watch where you're stepping. Even when you're not blind, you can't see past your big fat mouth. Dear, don't go stomping. Not again. Where are those eye drops? 2 sets of stairs down. Damn it. Check the other stairs down. If they both have a stairs down to another floor, then I don't know which one is to continue and which one is a side path. Alright, White Mage. She clears her status effect at the end already. Star Pendant. I could have bought that. What is it? Poison. sure that'll probably come in handy once we get if we get the thief class in this dungeon. Ironclad. That is probably leading to the boss. Raise your chance to steal. Yeah, definitely sounds like we're getting the thief class in this little side mission. So let's go handle that. Really? Wait, was the MGS remaster only on the Switch, or was it on everything? Because if it's on everything, you'd think it'd go up to 4K. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense then. Should have been 4K.
What's this now? The ones from the Oasis, is it?
It's just Konami being Konami.
About the place?
Why do you persist in these awful deeds? You must return the articles you stole!
One of you muzzle this dog's yapping, would you? Be a friend. And what? Don't tell me you came all this way just to vomit a few platitudes out on my floor.
Wow.
This place is nothing but sand and hypocrites. Drives a man mad. And this thirst, these daggers in my throat, all the water in the desert can't dull their edge.
Like, I know I always joke about how underpowered the Switch is, but some of these companies are just doing it dirty.
Spare me the lecture. You come to convert me? Set me on
Like
the straight
Symphonia
narrow.
only doing 30
Teach me to follow
FPS
the
also.
rules, be a
Like, some of
good
these companies
sheep,
are just
live
flat
an
out
honest life.
doing it dirty and making it look even
Out
weaker
here,
than it is.
honest lives end quick. The desert's a beast, and it's always hungry. The city's no different. There are only two kinds of folk in this world, make no mistake. The takers and the taken from. My worthless parents were easy marks, textbook victims, and still, they grit their teeth and tried hard as they could to get through each day. Till the day came they couldn't feed a family of 3, so they cut loose their kid and disappeared.
They just left you?
The city just took and took till they had nothing left. Their own brat became a burden, so they dumped him like a bag of sand. Daft, eh? Absolutely stupid. If surviving means pinching from other folk, I'll happily join the takers.
Are you sure they left because you were a burden to them? Maybe they swallowed their tears and left you in the city in hopes that you, at least, could find happiness there.
Aye, or maybe they left me because they didn't have the guts to kill me themselves. You don't know a stinking thing about them.
You're right. I don't know their reasons. But they do. If they're still alive, you can go and ask them. You can track them down and make them explain themselves. Make them answer for their choices. You can yell and scream and fight as long as you like. As long as it takes. You can work on forgiving them. But you haven't done any of that. You've stayed here sulking and festering all your life. That's far dafter to me!
My throat! This accursed thirst, it's worse than ever! You, this is your fault! You smug, delusional, self-righteous little lambs make me sick! I'll take everything from you! Oi, Chief! Kent, get your horns in here!
I assume your calling me means this conversation is over.
Aye, that's enough words. I'm choking on this lot's hypocrisy. I want them stripped to the bone!
I care nothing for your reasons, and still less for your ideals. My assistance hinges only on the weight of your coin purse.
She's heavy enough. You'll have your pay.
Then we've a contract, and you will have your money's worth.
Are we gonna get 2 jobs out of this? Oh crap, I should probably turn down the speed. I didn't even get to read what got stolen. Come on, hit one at least. God damn it. $5,000. Weak to nothing. Also 5,000. Weak to nothing. Okay. Oh, he really doesn't like Ring a Bell. Okay, this buff wore off.
My contract ends here. I'll take my leave.
What? Chief, I don't understand. Go then! They all abandoned me in the end.
think it's about to end. Yeah, there it goes. We lose the buff now. Yeah, it's apparently when you use a special move, and the buff for that is everybody's hit count goes up by 20%, and it lasts for as long as the music does, which is I was trying to get as many turns as I could while it was going. Oh damn, she's out of magic. Yeah, you hit for 1 damage. Still got a little over 1,000. Bastard. Alright. Self-healing support ability. Knuckle lore support ability. So they're good with daggers and bows, basically.
Will you look at all this? And every bit of it's stolen, no doubt. We need to get these back to their owners.
You'll want to have a look at this first. It's rather stunning.
Self-righteous fool of a prime minister comes to demand the price be lowered day after day. It will not be long now until the masses reach their limit. The poor will have no choice but to go to the oasis. That is where you will wait, armed and ready. Steal everything. Above all else, do not let them at the water. Your task ensure all of the Ansheim is terrified of the oasis. Give them a welcome they will never forget. In time, they will understand that if they wish to survive, they will be buying the merchantry's water, whatever the price. But see you keep your mouth shut, yes? No one must know of our collaboration on this matter. If you are found out, the deal is cut off. Your head will be next. E Profiteur.
Those thieves were under the employ of the Cammer and Profiteur merchantry.
And the people suffering? Did it mean nothing to them so long as they reaped a profit? Despicable!
Seems I've found another entry for my blackest pitch list. This is unforgivable. We have to stop them! The people will continue to suffer as long as these degenerates hold the kingdom's water ransom. I say we storm the place and set this matter straight right now!
And that's business as usual if they don't get caught. Pretty much every business would do shit like that if they can get away with it. Yeah, I don't know if it was like the director for the voice acting or what, but it is kind of funny that they very clearly intonate like everything in the onomatopoeia for just like grunts and sighs and all that stuff. Since I don't have Bard, I mean, it seems like Thief would go well for him. But we can make him a thief monk. Oh, damn it. See, that's why I didn't want to... I was trying to see what... I left Freelancer on my main character, trying to see if there was anything good as you leveled it up, but I was tempted to try out the other classes. do that until we make it back to town. Too many status effects eating away at my MP. Well, if that's the case, then I definitely need to change everybody back to Freelancer until they get that. Actually, I'll check to see what level you have to get it. Because obviously Freelancer is a pretty weak fucking class. You know, it apparently gets a bunch of stat boosts if you master other class, but obviously, I don't know if that just means every level or if you actually have to max them out before you get the stat boost, but that also means if it's the second case, then I would have no stat boosts on them. But I might look up what level it is and see like how many job points that is to get to that level. And then wait till I'm in an area where I can grab it really fast with some grinding before I change everybody to it. And then just make it easier from that point on. Actually, while we're here, let's go ahead and take a look at that. Okay, so examine, treat. Huh. Why is it not? That's weird. So Examine, treat, divining rod. Dungeon master just stops you from being hit by traps. Get targeted less. It's not till level 10. It's got 14 levels. Do they all have 14 levels? They do. It's a lot more than I thought. I mean, while the 20% more JP would be nice, that means I'd have to get to level 10 with Freelancer on everybody, which means having a very weak class with very little power or utility on everybody until I can get them to level 10, which, I mean, they're all at like level 4 or 5, and I've had these classes on them almost the whole time I've been playing. No, I think like I said, I'm just gonna wait until I get to a point in the game where I can grind out JP and then get them that, and then like basically whenever I decide to grind jobs out, I'll do that first, put it on, and then grind for jobs. Like I need to find a place where they give out a lot of JP so that I can get that first, and then, you know, start getting other abilities. Okay, it is pointing to the town, but I went in there and it didn't have anything telling me where to go. Yeah, because if it were like a couple of levels away, I could see grinding for it now, but it's so far away that I would essentially be forcing myself to use really crappy characters until I could get that, just so that I could, you know, then have a quicker time getting them up to a useful class.
Remunerations for the lost caravan? It was stolen, along with my supplies and my camels.
this is not my responsibility, eh? You failed to protect your investments. You! We had a contract, my friend. The provisions for loss and damages were clearly written in the fine print.
Even so, I can't be made to pay for the damages when I've just had all my possessions stolen. I'll be out on the streets.
This is not my concern. You will pay. Or, if you prefer, I can be asking your wife for this money. Your daughter? Hmm?
Wait, please! Leave my family out of this!
That's enough!
Hmm? Why are you here? Eavesdropping, are you?
Sir, you don't owe this rotten band of fraudulent crooks a single peeg. You are free to be on your way.
I feel this joke is not funny. I have business with this gentleman. We have no time for baseless accusations.
Then what of accusations with concrete proof?
Oh? And just what is that, eh?
A little souvenir snatched from the lair of the thieves prowling the oasis of late. It bears your signature, Sheriff, as well as your orders to attack any citizens approaching the oasis.
What? Then when they... And you were planning to rob me now a second time!
Ah, this day. No luck at all. I suppose this is a result of trusting that useless urchin to perform a simple task.
Then you don't deny it? Release the city's wells to the public then, immediately!
I beg your pardon? Just who are you to be issuing the orders, girl? As I told you before, this is a business. If you are too poor, this is your problem. Stupid enough to be tricked, your problem. Don't like it? Go earn some money, eh?
Money, money, money. These are human lives.
By that
This
logic,
is useless.
if you're
I'm
weak
shutting
enough
you
to be
down
punched
right
in the
now.
face, that's your fault.
We will be seeing about that.
Exactly.
Sigma Kint, I have work for you.
Paying work, I assume.
You! From the Thieves' Den! You'd help this crook?
Provided his pockets are heavier than yours, yes. I care nothing past that. Irutus Profiteur, Merchant of Death. Do we have an agreement?
But of course, and I'm feeling generous today. Kill them all, and I'll earn a bonus!
Contract established. You'll have your money's worth.
Do I still have his information? No. I have to examine it again. Let's see if this works. Probably doesn't. He's at 5,000 again, so does that mean when he gets to 5, when we drop his HP, he's just gonna leave this guy too? Is he gonna be a recurring villain? Yeah. As most games, status effects don't do shit on bosses. Okay. Okay, so he's not going to be doing shit. Mithril Staff. Wow, that isn't affected by guarding or anything. Like, that just does flat out 300 damage. God damn it. Well, no, it's more so the fact that he just went before her when she pretty much always goes before him. But since he had 2 free kill shots, he went before her. Yeah, that shit just doesn't care. It does not care if you're blocking or doing anything, it just flat out does 300 damage.
Our agreement ends here. This is what your money buys.
What? I've paid you a small fortune!
Any further, and I'll be placing my life on the line. That bears a surcharge of 51.2 billion Peeg.
That's
not a surcharge. It's a national budget. You're mad.
Then this is farewell. Best of luck.
This is fraud. I'll see you about it for this.
I just realized this bonus is for hit counts, which you don't get if you're using an ability. Motherfucker. My last Phoenix down. Don't think this is going to be doable. And even if it is, I don't know if I want to win this way, because that's going to be it. One, maybe two people that don't get any XP from this. Hell, pretty much, I don't think anybody really can survive if he double taps him with that move. I think Tiz is the only one with over 600 HP. Yeah, I didn't realize that the Thief class was going to be this fucking weak. Does no damage. Whereas he was like one of my top damage dealers before when he was a monk. Yeah, I think I'm definitely... If I do this fight again, I definitely need to have him as a monk. Thief just isn't doing any damage. No, it was the fact that I changed Ragnabel from monk to Thief. He's not doing any damage at all, when he did a ton of damage as a monk. I switched to Thief because it was the new class and wanted to try it out, but yeah, it's like all utility, no damage. That, and I need to buy more Phoenix Downs, because... yeah, he's going to be dropping people in this fight. Barely even made a dent in him. He was at like 4,400 when the other guy left. Do a Hail Mary. Hey, Comfy Shiro, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Oh, god damn it. Yeah, this is over. Yeah, I need to change Ring a Bell back to a monk. Yeah, this thief isn't working out. You do way too little damage. Indeed. I mean, it does work out to the same damage, but that one does have a little bit of a crit boost. Yeah, the problem was that he was hitting for like 1 damage against those guys. Granted, I had him dual wielding, but I don't know how much of a difference that would have made if I only had him with 1 dagger instead of 2. Yeah. I think it was more so just the person that I changed to Thief, as, you know, Monk was one of my biggest damage dealers before, and then it just went from being a character that was dealing a lot of damage down to nothing. I need more Phoenix Downs too. Yeah, just give me all. Well, I have 2 people that can survive a double tap now, but I mean, if he does it on either of the mages, if he decides to do both hits on either one of them, they're going down. I don't think bows are sold yet. I haven't seen a bow anywhere. Like, we're literally at the end of the side quest where we got the thief class. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not gonna mess with him. I'm just gonna say monk. I could test to see how much damage he does with one dagger, but yeah, because with dual wielding, he was only doing 1 damage. Yeah, there is. I was using that and one that you buy in town.
Paying work, I assume.
Bow, no, but there was a thief's dagger in the thief dungeon. I was using that and a kukri that you buy in town with him, and dual wielding, they were both doing 1 damage. Now, he also leaves battle as soon as you do enough damage to him. That's what I did in the first 2, but I guess I could focus on the other guy instead after this. Even though I already know, probably best just so I can keep track of them. This is my second attempt. I died on the first time. Yeah, I didn't have enough damage output after I turned Ringabel into a thief, so I put him back to a monk, and this is the second attempt. Oh, did you? I mean, I can see why. It's fun. it's got a lot of the stuff that I liked about Final Fantasy V with the jobs and everything. Yep, he threw money at us and we died. Quite literally. God damn it, why did you have to be so fucking slow?
Our agreement ends here. This is what your money buys.
What? I've paid you my fortune!
Any further, and I'll be placing my life on the line. That bears a surcharge of the...
Fucker on the double taps. fuck, that's right. He goes default this turn. That's wasted damage. Someone else. Okay, I'm okay with that. Yeah, that's why I made sure to buy a lot more Phoenix Downs this time. Last time I ran out because we kept double tapping the people with less than 600 HP. Alright. I think we can take him out this time. Yeah, I was just figuring out the problem of, like, Freelancer gets JP up, but it's not till level 10, which means that I'd have to be with a very weak class for a long time just to be able to put JP up on to slightly faster level up other ones. Doesn't seem like it's worth it at this point. I'll have to wait till later when I'm actually doing some grinding. Here we go, guys. We beat capitalism. Aw, Dia was just 31 XP off. Gold hourglass. You got the merchant class. So now we can throw money at people? So it's basically Guild Toss from, you know, regular Final Fantasy. Good at both saving and spending money. It's got a decent intelligence stat, so I guess I could change Adia into it and give her Black Mage secondary. And then a staff.
I'm still just livid! I never knew people this unbelievably foul even existed!
I'm just glad we managed to root out the ones causing Ansheim's people such suffering.
And just look at these papers! It's proof of one crime after the next.
I can only pray this will make life here a bit less difficult.
At the risk of repeating myself, you'll want to have a look at this.
Notice of change in location for periodic reports regarding the ongoing water price fixing operation. Approach the door at the Grand Millworks rear at precisely 00:30 hours. Knock 5 times at 2-second intervals. Be sure you are not followed.
No signature this time. A memo of profiteers, perhaps?
Whatever it is, it stinks. The merchantry might not be the only snakes involved in this scheme.
It bears checking. Let's have a look for ourselves at the mill tonight.
Okay, let's check something. That puts him at 39. That puts him at 40. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll make him a punch thief. And we will make Adia a magic merchant. Spend your level times 50 Peege to raise the target's critical rate by 300% for 4 turns. So that's 800 right now. Increase the amount of money obtained after a battle. That's at this point in the game, that's an expensive skill. She can stay as is. I was kind of hoping for that. I didn't know for sure, but I was kind of hoping that was the case. So was that side quest over? I thought they mentioned something about going to another place at 12:30 or 0:30. Okay. All I needed to know, it's not till later. So let's continue with the main story. Or not, actually it is quitting time. I didn't realize how long that took. What am I doing? It's over here. Yep, this is where we're gonna have to quit for today. Yep. It's a fun game, even though it seems like the thief and the merchant that we got in that little side quest both seem to be more utility classes than actually set up for battle. At least at the start. I'm sure they probably have decent battle stuff once you level them up. I can see Josie waking up over my shoulder. But yeah, we'll continue this tomorrow, and we'll actually go to the shrine and figure out why the wind isn't blowing. Yeah, I guess we'll try to do some leveling on Thief and Merchant and see what we get later. I'm tempted to look up just how many jobs there are, but at the same time, I'm also tempted not to. I kind of want to be surprised whenever a new one comes out. Like, the thief I kind of saw coming as soon as we started the side quest. The merchant, I did not. And it definitely kind of seems like... It seems like they took Guild Toss from the Samurai and decided to just build a whole class around it. Like, they're just, like basically saying that, like, Guild Toss... And Guild Toss was always one of those things that, like... It was always kind of very... It didn't feel like it connected too well to the Samurai class, other than just, you know, samurais were nobles, so they'd have money to throw around. It was a very loose connection to the Samurai class. So I guess it kind of makes sense that they would... Because it's a powerful skill, and it's a very popular skill, so it kind of makes sense that they would take that and try to build more around it. And that's what it seems like what this class is. It's like it was... And Comfy Shiro, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the Cult of Omega 3 JRPGs. Hope you enjoy your stay. But yeah, we'll be continuing with this tomorrow, trying out some of the new classes as we get them. And then obviously at some point whenever we reach a good grind area, I'll I'll try to do it as much off screen as possible, but definitely going to have to start grinding out classes, you know, so that they can start reaching their full potential and we can start picking and choosing stuff. Yeah. I mean, that's Bravely Default. Maybe. Yeah, well, honestly, I pick out the pictures and everything before I start playing the game. So yeah, now that I look at it, it doesn't quite fit either. I didn't realize it was from a mobile game. Yeah, I may have to look up a different image for the background wallpaper. Yeah, like I said, I always look for the artwork before I start playing the game, so I didn't realize that it wasn't... I just saw Bravely Default, and it wasn't, you know, Bravely Second, it wasn't Bravely Default 2, so I thought, oh, that must be the game. Yeah, gonna have to fix that for tomorrow. But yeah, as I said, we'll be continuing tomorrow. Enjoying the game. I've always liked job systems, especially when they're, you know, FF5, FFT style, where you get to pick and choose stuff from different classes and try it all out together. Yeah, he always sleeps behind me while I'm streaming, and then basically right around the time I finish, he wakes up, and that's when it's time for him to get attention and treats and everything else. So a lot of times he tries to hurry me up. Yeah, and that's one of the things I like about games that do stuff like this. Like, when it's always the main job with, like, a secondary skill set, and then, like, the support. There's not a lot of games that do that. Like I said, FF5 and Final Fantasy Tactics are probably the two most famous ones. There's a couple other ones here and there that don't come to mind now that I'm trying to think about them, but I know there were some other ones. I want to say Mary Skelter did that too, which is basically I'm going to be trying to finish that series in October after I finish this game. But yeah, had 2 streams of it so far, having a lot of fun with it. Yeah, I think Ragnar brought that up, that might be why they didn't put the Final Fantasy name on that. I was having a long back and forth about essentially with as much as this has in common with Final Fantasy, why they didn't put the name on it. And Ragnar brought that up as that might be a reason why, because it did have the Final Fantasy name on it, and that game tanked. So they might have rebranded it to try to make sure the reputation didn't go with it. But yeah, that's we're starting another series that I'm gonna have to play through the whole thing at some point. I still have another couple of series floating out there where I've played like one game of that I have to go back and play the rest of, so this is another one. Obviously I have Default in second, through emulation, since 3DS streaming is problematic at best, but I also do own them. Can't remember if I have them physically or digitally. I think I have them physically. Yeah, there we go. There you go. Don't at me, Nintendo. I own the games. You just made it impossible to stream from a 3DS. And I have Bravely Default 2 on Steam. So I will be going through the whole series. I had every intention of doing it. Now I've started it. So, yeah, I guess since we're already a little over, because I lost track of time, let me go ahead and give call-outs, and then I'll end for today. So, Ragnar, Shiro, Shoes, Wabon, Nami, Kaz, Ufanda. Thank you all for coming in and chatting with me while I play. Thank you, Comfy Shiro, for the follow. And thank you anybody else who may have been lurking and watching. It's always appreciated. As I said, I'll continue this tomorrow, same time, 2 a.m. Central Standard Time. Check schedule below for what time that is in your area. I need to find another background wallpaper for this screen and for the VODs. And as for right now, let me see if I can find someone to raid. Okay. The chat window art I found, though, definitely is for the game. Those are the 4 characters. Let's go ahead and raid Jack. I think she's moved on from Shadow Hearts to Shadow Hearts Covenant. So, as per usual, let's go ahead and jump in, say hi, hope to see you all next time, and until then.
Bye-bye, everybody!